Tonight, we will speak gently about letting go. Not letting go as something dramatic or heroic, but the quiet kind that happens when we stop holding what no longer needs to be held. The kind that happens on its own. The way a tired hand eventually loosens its grip. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember. There is no need to stay awake. You can simply listen, or half listen, or drift in and out. It's okay if the words blur or fade. It's okay if they stay with you for a while. We'll move slowly tonight. There's nowhere we need to arrive. Long ago, in a mountain village that most travelers passed without noticing, there lived an old basket maker named Anselm. Anselm had a small workshop beside a narrow path. The door was always open, not as an invitation, but because he saw no reason to close it. Inside, the room was simple. Reeds stacked in one corner, half-finished baskets resting quietly on the floor. A low bench, worn smooth by decades of use. People knew Anselm's baskets well. They were strong, flexible, and lasted longer than most. Merchants sometimes offered him extra coins if he would work faster or make more. Anselm always smiled and declined. "I make what the day makes," he would say, though no one was quite sure what he meant. One autumn afternoon, a traveler named Mireia stopped at the workshop. She had been walking since early morning, carrying a pack filled with books, notes, and small objects she had collected along the road. Her shoulders ached, though she did not speak of it. She watched Anselm for a long time before he noticed her. His hands moved steadily, without hurry. He bent a reed, tested its strength, then set it aside. Another reed he wove into the basket, not forcing it, not coaxing it, simply placing it where it fit. "You work very slowly," Mireia finally said. Anselm looked up, surprised, as if he had just arrived in the room. "Yes," he said, "that seems to be how my hands move." Mireia shifted her pack and sighed. "I've been trying to learn how to let go of things," she said. "Ideas, plans, expectations. Everyone says it's important, but the more I try, the tighter everything feels." Anselm nodded, though it wasn't clear whether he was responding to her words or to the basket in his lap. "For years," Mireia continued, "I've carried what I thought would be useful. Knowledge, stories, objects that remind me who I am. But lately, it all feels heavy. Still, when I think of setting any of it down, I'm afraid I'll lose something essential." Anselm placed the basket on the floor and reached for another reed. He bent it gently. It snapped. He looked at the broken reed for a moment, then set it aside with the others that could no longer be used. "When this breaks," he said. I don't accuse it. I don't mourn it. I don't pretend it can still become part of the basket. Mireia frowned. But people aren't reeds. No. Anselm agreed. We are more complicated, which is why we tend to hold longer than necessary. He gestured to her pack. You've been carrying that all day. Yes. Have you ever put it down? Mireia hesitated. Not really. I'm afraid someone might take something. Anselm smiled. That's one way we hold on, by guarding what we think is ours, even when it hurts. Mireia sat on a stone near the doorway. The path outside was quiet. Leaves drifted down now and then, unclaimed by anyone. I thought letting go meant deciding, she said, making a clear choice, saying, I will not carry this anymore. That's one story we tell. Anselm said, It sounds strong. It sounds impressive. But it's not the kind that lasts through the night. He picked up a finished basket and turned it slowly in his hands. If I grip this too tightly, he said, I damage the shape. If I refuse to release it at all, I can't make the next one. Mireia watched his hands. They were old, marked by time, but relaxed. So what do you do? She asked. I notice when my hands are already tired, Anselm said. Then letting go is not a decision. It's a relief. We can pause here with Anselm and Mireia because something important is already happening. Letting go is often described as an action, something we must do correctly. But in ordinary life, the most natural letting go happens when we see clearly that holding on no longer serves us. Think of how we hold a thought long after it has finished its work. A worry that has no solution tonight. A memory that has already said everything it needs to say. An image of how things should have gone. We don't always hold these because we want to. Often, we hold them because we don't know what else to do. Anselm doesn't teach Mireia a method. He doesn't tell her to empty her pack or throw anything away. He simply points to fatigue, to the moment when effort reveals itself. Back in the workshop, Mireia lifted her pack and set it beside her on the ground. Just for a moment, nothing was taken. The world did not collapse. That already feels different, she said quietly. Anselm nodded. Sometimes the body understands before the mind agrees. He resumed his work, weaving another basket. The afternoon light shifted, unnoticed. Mireia stayed longer than she planned. She didn't ask more questions. She watched. Occasionally, she picked up a reed, feeling its texture, then put it back. "What will happen to the broken ones?" she asked eventually. "They return to the ground," Anselm said. "They don't complain." Mireia smiled at that. Then her face grew serious. "What about the things we can't return? Regrets. Words already spoken." Anselm paused. "Those are heavier," he said. "But even they grow lighter when we stop carrying them everywhere." He gestured toward the path. "You don't need to throw your pack into the ravine. You only need to notice when you're carrying it through rooms where it doesn't belong. This is how letting go often appears, not as a single moment, but as many small recognitions. We realize we are repeating a conversation that ended years ago. We notice we are defending ourselves in a place where no one is attacking. We see that we are preparing for a future that is not here, while missing the quiet safety of this moment. Letting go does not mean erasing our past or abandoning our responsibilities. It means not gripping them through the night when they cannot be used. Mireia stayed until evening. When she finally stood to leave, she lifted her pack more slowly than before. "Thank you," she said. "I don't think I've learned anything new." Anselm smiled. "Good," he said. "New things are easy to drop. Old habits take patience." As she walked away, the pack still rested on her shoulders. But something had shifted. Not in the weight, perhaps, but in her relationship to it. And this is important for us too. We often imagine that letting go will feel like loss, like something being taken. But more often, it feels like space, like discovering that our hands were clenched without our noticing. We don't have to force them open. Tonight, as the hours move quietly, you may notice thoughts coming and going. Some may feel familiar. Some may insist on being held. You don't need to argue with them. You don't need to solve them. It's enough to see that you are allowed to rest your grip. Anselm's baskets were valued not because they were tight, but because they were flexible. They could hold without strain. They could release without damage. We, too, can learn that kind of holding. Not everything needs to be resolved before sleep. Not everything needs to come with us into the dark. Sometimes, letting go is simply trusting that what truly belongs will still be there in the morning. And if sleep comes before understanding, that is not a failure. That, too, is a form of release. As night deepens, stories like these don't move forward so much as they widen. They make room. Some time after Mireia continued on her path, in a different place entirely. There was a riverside monastery where the water never stopped moving. The monks there said the sound helped them sleep, though no one could remember who said it first. Among them lived a novice named Tommaso. Tommaso had arrived with enthusiasm that still surprised him months later. He remembered his first days clearly, the way the bells sounded fuller. The food tasted simpler. The silence felt important. He had come believing that leaving his old life behind would make everything lighter. But the days added up. Tasks repeated themselves. Thoughts followed him into quiet hours. And when the monastery grew still at night, Tommaso's mind became crowded. He worried about doing things incorrectly. He worried about whether he truly belonged there. He worried that others were calmer, wiser, more suited to the life than he was. Each evening, he carried these worries with him like stones in his robe. One night, unable to sleep, Tommaso wandered down to the riverbank. The moonlight broke across the surface of the water, never forming a stable shape. There he found an older monk named Giuliani sitting on a flat stone, watching the river pass. Giuliani was known for speaking little, but for listening in a way that made people feel heard even before they spoke. "You can't sleep either," Giuliani said, not turning his head. Tommaso hesitated, then sat beside him. "My thoughts won't settle," he said. "I thought coming here would help me let go of them, but they seem louder now." Giuliani nodded. "When the day quiets," he said, "we finally hear what we've been carrying." Tommaso picked up a small stone and rolled it between his fingers. "I try to set them aside," he said, "but they keep coming back." Giuliani smiled faintly. "Of course they do. You've been inviting them for years." They sat together for a while. The river moved without commentary. "I don't want to be like this," Tommaso said at last. "I want to be someone who can let go." Giuliani turned to look at him then. Let go of what he asked. Tommaso opened his mouth, then closed it. He had no single answer. There were too many things. Expectations, comparisons, a sense of failing even when nothing was required. "All of it," he said finally. Giuliani laughed softly. "Not unkindly." "That's a large bundle," he said. "No wonder you're tired." He reached down and lifted a wet branch from the river's edge. It was long and uneven, heavy with water. "Hold this," Giuliani said, handing it to Tommaso. Tommaso took it, surprised by its weight. His arms tensed. "Now," Giuliani said, "throw it away." Tommaso hesitated. "Where?" Jelani gestured vaguely toward the water. Anywhere. Tommaso swung the branch and let it go. It splashed into the river and was immediately pulled downstream, disappearing into darkness. There, Tommaso said, breathing out. That's what I want. To drop everything like that. Jelani shook his head. You threw that because I told you to, he said, and because it was not yours. He picked up another branch, smaller this time, dry and smooth. Hold this. Tommaso did. It was light, familiar in shape. Now throw this one, Jelani said. Tommaso frowned. Why? Jelani waited. After a moment, Tommaso tossed it into the river as well. It floated briefly, then drifted away. That was harder, Tommaso admitted. Yes, Jelani said, and still, it was simple. He leaned back on his hands. The things you're trying to let go of are not branches. They are stories you've told yourself so often that they feel like your hands. Tommaso stared at the water. So what do I do? Jelani shrugged. You notice when you're gripping them, he said, and you get curious about why. They returned to the monastery together. Tommaso slept a little that night, though his thoughts did not disappear. They felt less urgent, as if they no longer needed to be resolved before morning. We can stay with Tommaso for a while, because his struggle is familiar. Many of us believe that letting go means making our inner world quiet, that if thoughts continue, we have failed somehow. But thoughts are not the problem. The problem is the effort we add to them. We replay a moment, not once, but again and again, tightening the grip each time. We imagine outcomes that require us to stay alert, vigilant, prepared. We rehearse explanations that may never be needed. And then we wonder why rest feels impossible. Jelani does not offer Tommaso a solution. He doesn't promise peace. He only invites noticing. Noticing the weight. Noticing the habit of holding. Letting go, in this sense, is not about removing thoughts, but about releasing the belief that we must carry them everywhere. The river does not ask whether it is flowing correctly. The night does not worry about being deep enough. Somewhere else, in a town closer to the coast, a woman named Sabine lived above her family's bakery. Sabine woke each morning before dawn to help prepare the dough. Her hands were strong, practiced, precise. Customers praised her bread, often telling her how consistent it was. What they didn't see was how carefully Sabine watched each loaf as it baked, how she hovered near the oven, checking, adjusting, worrying. If a loaf rose unevenly, her chest tightened. If one browned too quickly, she felt responsible, as if she had failed a silent test. One evening, after a long day, Sabine found her aunt, Marisol, sitting alone in the bakery, sipping tea. Marisol had once run the bakery herself, but had stepped back years ago, content to help when asked. "You're still watching the ovens," Marisol said gently. Sabine sighed. "If I don't, something might go wrong." Marisol nodded. "Something always goes wrong," she said. "That's how baking works." Sabine frowned. "People expect quality." "They expect bread," Marisol replied. "Warm, human bread, not perfection." Sabine leaned against the counter. "I don't know how to stop caring so much." Marisol smiled. "I don't know how to stop loving the sea," she said. "But I don't try to carry it home." She stood and walked to the door, opening it to the night air. The smell of salt drifted in. "You can care," Marisol continued, "and still let the oven do what ovens do." Sabine watched the flames flicker inside. She stepped back. Nothing burned. Nothing collapsed. That night, she slept more deeply than usual, not because she had fixed anything, but because she had loosened something. Letting go does not mean indifference. It means trust. Trust that the world can continue without our constant grip. Trust that we can rest without everything falling apart. As these stories move through us, they don't ask for agreement. They simply sit beside us, like Jelani by the river, like Marisol at the door. You may notice, as the night goes on, that some thoughts repeat themselves. That's okay. Repetition is how the mind learns what matters, and sometimes what no longer does. You don't have to push them away. You don't have to follow them. They can pass, like branches in a river, like loaves rising and falling, like footsteps fading on a path. Letting go is rarely dramatic. More often, it is the quiet decision to stop tightening what is already tired. And in that softening, sleep often finds us without being asked. As the hours continue to stretch, the night takes on a different quality. Sounds soften, thoughts slow, not because they are forced to, but because there is less to push against. This is often when stories settle most naturally, not asking to be followed, only to be heard. In a hillside town where olive trees grew in uneven rows, there lived a man named Kaido who repaired clocks. His shop was narrow and deep, lined with shelves that held ticking, chiming, and silent timepieces. Some were small enough to fit in a pocket. Others stood tall and solemn, their pendulums swinging patiently, even when no one watched. Kaito had learned the craft from his father, and his father before him. For decades, he had worked with care, taking apart clocks piece by piece, laying them out on soft cloths, then reassembling them until time moved again. What few people knew was that Kaito no longer enjoyed the work, not because he disliked clocks, but because he feared them. Each clock that entered his shop carried a quiet accusation. This one was running slow. That one had stopped entirely. This one chimed too early, as if impatient. At night, lying in his room above the shop, Kaito would listen to the many clocks below him, their rhythms overlapping. Instead of soothing him, the sound tightened his chest. He worried constantly about time wasted, about moments lost, about whether his life was keeping pace with what it should have been. One evening, after closing the shop, Kaito noticed a young woman standing uncertainly in the doorway. She held an old clock wrapped in cloth. "My name is Alara," she said. "This belonged to my grandmother. It hasn't worked in years." Kaito unwrapped the clock carefully. Its face was cracked. The hands were bent. The mechanism inside was rusted. "I can try," he said, "but I can't promise anything." Ilara nodded. "It doesn't have to work perfectly," she said. "I just don't want it to be broken anymore." Something in her voice made Kaito pause. Over the next few days, he worked on the clock slowly. Not because the repairs were difficult, but because he felt strangely reluctant. This clock, more than others, seemed to resist being made precise again. When Alara returned, Kaito set the clock on the counter. It ticked unevenly. The chime was soft and slightly late. "I couldn't make it exact," he said apologetically. Ilara listened for a moment, then smiled. "That's how it always sounded." She said, "Thank you." After she left, Kaito stood alone in the shop, surrounded by clocks that measured time relentlessly. He looked at Alara's clock one last time before placing it on a shelf, where it continued its imperfect rhythm. That night, something shifted. For the first time in years, Kaito did not listen for whether the clocks were accurate. He listened to whether they were alive. And slowly, without deciding to, he let go of the idea that time needed to be mastered. This, too, is a form of letting go. We often cling to control, not because it brings us peace, but because we are afraid of what will happen if we loosen our grip. We believe that if we stop managing, measuring, correcting, something essential will be lost. But as Kaido discovered, not everything that matters can be kept exact. Some things are meant to drift slightly. Some rhythms are human. Some nights are not for counting. Letting go of control does not mean abandoning care. It means trusting life to move in its own imperfect way. Elsewhere, far from the ticking of clocks, there was a quiet valley where sheep grazed, and the land sloped gently toward a lake. There lived a shepherd named Rados. Rados had spent most of his life watching over the flock. He knew each animal by sight, by sound, by habit. He could tell when one was restless long before it wandered. As he grew older, others offered to help him. Younger shepherds, eager and strong. Rados always refused. "No one knows them like I do," he said. But the truth was, Rados was afraid. Afraid that if someone else watched the sheep, he would no longer know who he was. Afraid that rest would feel like emptiness. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, a storm rolled in unexpectedly. Wind tore across the valley. The sheep grew uneasy. Rados moved quickly, guiding them toward shelter, his heart pounding. Halfway there, he stumbled on uneven ground and fell hard. He lay there for a moment, stunned, the world spinning. The sheep scattered, confused. A nearby farmer named Irina saw what happened and ran to help. She called out, waving her arms, gently steering the sheep together until they were safe. When she returned to Rados, he was sitting up, breathing heavily. "You should have asked for help sooner," Irina said, not unkindly. Rados looked at the ground. "I didn't know how," he said. That evening, as the storm passed, Rados sat by the fire with aching bones and a quiet heart. For the first time, someone else watched the flock while he rested. Nothing terrible happened. The sheep remained. The valley was still there in the morning. Letting go, sometimes, is allowing ourselves to be helped. We hold on to roles, responsibilities, identities, not always because they serve us, but because they reassure us. They tell us who we are. But identity, like everything else, can become heavy when carried without pause. Rados did not stop being a shepherd that night. He simply stopped believing that he had to do everything alone. You may notice, as these stories continue, that letting go takes many shapes. It is releasing control, It is sharing responsibility. It is allowing imperfection. It is trusting what does not need constant supervision. And often, it arrives not through effort, but through exhaustion. The body knows when it is time to soften. In a small desert town, where the air cooled quickly after sunset, a traveler named Noam arrived with little more than a notebook and a worn coat. Noam had spent years collecting stories. He believed that if he gathered enough wisdom, enough insight, he would finally feel complete. But each story led to another question. Each answer opened into doubt. At an inn, Noam met an older woman named Thalia who served tea without hurry. "You look tired," she said, placing a cup in front of him. "I am," Noam said. "I've been searching for a long time." "For what?" "For something that lasts," he replied. Thalia sat across from him. "Stories don't last," she said. "They pass through us." Noam frowned. "Then what's the point of collecting them?" She gestured toward the window, where the stars were beginning to appear. "You don't collect the night," she said. "You let it arrive." That evening, Noam did not write. He watched the stars fade in and out of clouds. He slept deeply. The notebook closed beside him. Sometimes, letting go is putting down the search itself. Not because there is nothing to find, but because the searching has become a burden. We tell ourselves that rest will come later, after understanding, after completion, after everything is resolved. But rest does not wait politely. It arrives when we stop insisting that we earn it. As the night continues to hold us, these stories don't demand attention. They don't require memory. They are like the river, the oven, the ticking clock, the open valley. They remind us, again and again, in different voices, that letting go is not an achievement. It is a kindness we allow ourselves when we notice how tightly we have been holding on. And even now, as words continue to flow, it's okay if they begin to blur. It's okay if some part of you has already loosened its grip. The night is patient. There is time enough to let go, even of listening. As the night carries on, the mind often grows less interested in holding everything together. The edges soften. The need to follow each sentence loosens. This is not a mistake. It is part of the same letting go. The stories have been circling all along. In a port city, where ships came and went without ceremony, there lived a woman named Althea who catalogued arrivals. Each morning, she sat at a wooden desk near the docks with a ledger open before her. She wrote down the names of vessels, their cargo, their origin, their destination. She did this faithfully, even though most people never looked at her records. Althea took pride in completeness. Nothing passed without being noted. If a ship arrived late, she felt uneasy. If one departed without her seeing it, she replayed the moment in her mind, wondering what she had missed. At night, she dreamed of blank pages. One evening, after a long day, Althea noticed an old sailor lingering near her desk. His name was Corvin. He had the look of someone who had spent more time watching the horizon than the clock. "You write as if the sea might forget itself," Corvin said gently. Althea looked up, startled. "Someone has to remember," she replied. Corvin nodded. "What happens to yesterday's ships?" he asked. "They're recorded," she said, "safely. And the ones from years ago," she hesitated, "they're still there, in the books." Corvin smiled. "Have you read them recently?" Althea shook her head. He leaned on the railing. "The sea doesn't keep ledgers," he said. "Still, it carries everything forward." That night, Althea left her desk early. The ledger remained open, a page unfinished. Nothing terrible happened. No ship was lost to history because of it. Over time, she noticed that her nights grew quieter when she allowed a little incompleteness. This is another way we hold on by trying to account for everything, every moment, every feeling, every outcome, as if missing something would mean failing at being alive. But life does not ask to be fully recorded. It only asks to be lived. Somewhere inland, in a village surrounded by fields, a man named Petrus worked as a carpenter. He was skilled, careful, respected. His joints, however, had begun to ache with age. Petrus refused to slow down. Each morning, he lifted heavy beams as if his body were unchanged. Each evening, he lay awake with pain, replaying the day, telling himself he would rest later. His daughter, Linnea, watched this with quiet concern. One afternoon, as Petrus struggled to carry a long plank alone, Linnea stepped in to help. "I don't need it," Petrus said sharply. Linnea said nothing. She simply held the other end. The plank became manageable. Petrus said nothing more. That evening, as they sat in silence, Linnea spoke. "You taught me how to use my strength," she said. "Let me use it." Petrus stared at his hands. They trembled slightly. He realized then that what he had been holding on to was not the work, but the image of himself as someone who did not need help. Letting go of that image felt like a small grief, but also like rest. We rarely notice how much energy goes into maintaining who we think we must be. Strong, capable, unwavering, useful at all times. These identities can support us for years, and then, quietly, they begin to ask too much. Letting go does not erase who we are. It allows us to grow beyond what we no longer need to defend. In a quiet mountain inn, a woman named Isabel spent her evenings tending the fire. Travelers came and went. Stories drifted through the room and faded. One night, a guest asked her why she never left the mountains. "I used to want to," Isabel said. "I had plans. I imagined other lives." And now the traveler asked. "And now," she said, "I no longer argue with where I am." She did not sound resigned. She sounded settled. Letting go is sometimes the end of arguing with reality, not because reality has won, but because the fight has grown tired. As these stories continue, you may notice fewer details sticking. Names may blur. Places may overlap. This is not loss. It is the mind doing what it does naturally when it is allowed to rest. In a small schoolhouse at the edge of a forest, an elderly teacher named Saburo stayed late one evening, erasing the board slowly. The chalk dust lingered in the air. A former student, Helena, stopped by unexpectedly. "You're still here," she said. "You taught me years ago." Saburo smiled. "Some lessons take longer to put away." Helena laughed. "Do you ever worry that students forget what you taught them?" Saburo set the eraser down. "I hope they do," he said. Helena looked confused. "If they remember only the words," Saburo continued, "they carry something stiff. If they forget the words, they may keep what mattered. This, too, is letting go. We don't need to preserve every sentence, every idea. What settles deeper often does so when we stop holding it tightly. Even now, as listening continues, there is no test waiting, no requirement to remember who said what or why. The night does not ask for understanding. It offers permission. Permission to stop managing. Permission to stop proving. Permission to stop rehearsing. Some thoughts may still surface. That's okay. Let them arrive. Let them pass. Like ships in a harbor, like clouds crossing a mountain, like chalk dust settling on an empty floor. Letting go is not something we finish. It is something that happens again and again, gently, whenever we notice how tired our hands have become. And the night, patient as ever, keeps holding us while we rest. As the night moves on, it becomes less interested in progress and more interested in staying. Hours stretch, not forward, but outward, like a quiet lake widening in the dark. In this kind of time, stories do not arrive to teach so much as to keep gentle company. In a stone house near a northern forest lived a woman named Edda, who wove wool for a living. Her loom stood near a window, and through it she could see the slow changes of the seasons: snow gathering, snow melting, leaves returning, then leaving again. The loom itself hardly moved from year to year, though the cloth that came from it was always different. Edda was known for her patience. People said she could sit for hours without shifting, her hands moving steadily, her expression calm. What they didn't know was how tightly she held herself inside. Each piece of cloth mattered deeply to her, too deeply. If a thread broke, her chest tightened. If a pattern went slightly wrong, she felt as though she had failed not only the work, but herself. One winter evening, as the light faded early, a neighbor named Otieno stopped by. He had come to return a shawl she had made years before. "It's worn thin," he said apologetically. "I thought you might want it back." Edda took the shawl and ran her fingers over it. The wool was soft, faded, frayed at the edges. "It's done its job," Otieno said. Edda looked at him, surprised. "I see only the mistakes," she said. Otieno smiled. "I see warmth," he replied. After he left, Edda hung the shawl by the door instead of folding it away. For the first time, she let herself see it as something that had lived, not something that had failed. That night, she slept without replaying the day's work. Letting go here was not about abandoning care. It was about releasing perfection. We often believe that holding ourselves to a tight standard keeps us safe, that if we loosen even slightly, things will fall apart. But perfection is a heavy companion. It demands constant attention, constant correction. When we loosen that grip, even a little, something softer has space to emerge. Elsewhere, in a city where streets twisted unpredictably, a courier named Malik spent his days running messages between people who rarely spoke directly to one another. Malik prided himself on speed. He memorized shortcuts, timed his routes, calculated his steps. Being late felt unbearable to him, as though time itself were judging his worth. One afternoon, while crossing a crowded square, Malik collided with an elderly man named Stefan. papers scattered across the ground. "I'm sorry," Malik said quickly, already thinking of the delay. Stefan knelt slowly, gathering the papers with care. "You move very fast," he said. "I have to," Malik replied. "People are waiting." Stefan nodded. "And if they wait a little longer?" Malik paused. "Then I've failed." Stefan smiled gently. "Or perhaps," he said, "you've arrived where you are." They gathered the last of the papers. Malik resumed his route, but his pace softened. He still arrived late. Nothing terrible happened. That evening, Malik noticed something new. The city looked different when he was not rushing through it. Corners he had never seen. Faces he had passed 100 times. Letting go, sometimes, is loosening our relationship with urgency. Not everything is an emergency. Not every moment needs to be optimized. Some things unfold better when allowed their own time. In a coastal village, where the tide shaped daily life, a woman named Roshan lived alone in a small house near the shore. Roshan had once shared that house with her partner. After he left, the rooms felt too large, too quiet. She filled them with sound music playing constantly, conversations in her mind replaying endlessly. Silence frightened her. In silence, she felt the weight of what was gone. One night, during a power outage, the music stopped. The house fell quiet except for the sea. Roshan sat in the dark, uneasy. Memories surfaced. Regrets. Questions without answers. Then, gradually, something else appeared. The rhythm of the waves. The steady presence of the night. The fact that she was still there, breathing, held by something larger than her thoughts. She did not suddenly feel whole, but she felt less alone. Letting go, here, was not letting go of love or memory. It was letting go of resistance to silence. Silence does not take from us. It gives space. In a hillside vineyard, an old man named Laurent walked among the vines each morning. He had tended them for decades. He knew which ones needed trimming, which ones needed patience. As the years passed, his eyesight weakened. His hands shook slightly. Others offered to take over. Laurent agreed, but with reluctance. One day, watching younger workers move among the vines, he felt a familiar tightening. They were doing things differently, faster, less carefully, he thought. He opened his mouth to correct them, then closed it. The grapes grew anyway. The harvest came anyway. Laurent realized that what he had been holding on to was not the vines, but his way of doing things. Letting go felt like stepping back into a quieter role, watching instead of directing. And in that watching, he found a different kind of belonging. We often cling to our way of being because it once kept things together. But life changes. Bodies change. Circumstances shift. Letting go allows us to change with them rather than against them. In a small desert monastery, a novice named Hannah struggled with restlessness. She believed she should feel peaceful there. Instead, her mind wandered constantly. One evening, she confessed this to an older nun named Mireille. "I can't seem to let go," Hannah said. "Even here." Mireille smiled. "Then stop trying to let go," she said. Hannah looked confused. "Trying is another form of holding." Mireille continued. "You're gripping the idea of peace very tightly." They sat together in silence. Hannah's thoughts continued. And then, gradually, they mattered less. Peace did not arrive with a trumpet. It arrived like sleep, unexpected, unannounced, only noticeable after it had already begun. This is important. Letting go is not something we can force. The more we chase it, the more it runs. The more we demand it, the more it resists. It comes when effort relaxes, when expectations soften, when we stop insisting that the moment be different. As the night deepens further, you may notice that listening has become easier, or perhaps unnecessary. Words may drift past without landing. That is not a problem. The stories are doing their quiet work whether they are remembered or not. Like the loom by the window. Like the courier slowing his pace. Like the woman sitting in the dark with the sea. Like the vines growing without instruction. Letting go is already happening in small ways. Whenever we stop tightening what does not need to be held. And the night continues, wide and patient, asking nothing more of us than this gentle allowance. As the night carries on, the sense of effort often fades before we notice it has gone. Listening becomes looser. Thoughts wander without needing to be followed. This, too, belongs to letting go. Nothing has to be held together now. In a quiet farming village, bordered by low hills, there lived a woman named Beatrice, who kept bees. Her hives stood at the edge of a meadow where wildflowers grew without plan. Beatrice tended them carefully, moving slowly, speaking softly, respecting the rhythm of the bees. She had learned early that force only created resistance. Still, there was one thing she could not release. Each spring, when the hives emerged from winter, Beatrice counted them obsessively. She worried about loss, about which hives might not survive, about whether she had done enough. One year, after a long winter, she opened the boxes and found several hives empty. The bees were gone. Beatrice sat on the grass, stunned. The meadow looked unchanged. Flowers bloomed. The air hummed faintly with life elsewhere. A neighbor, a farmer named Ignacio, noticed her sitting there and came over. "They left," Beatrice said quietly. Ignacio nodded. "They sometimes do." "I failed them," she said. Ignacio shook his head. "They moved on," he replied. "That's different." Beatrice stayed in the meadow long after Ignacio returned to his fields. She watched the remaining bees come and go. The work continued, altered but alive. That season, she harvested less honey. She also slept more deeply. Letting go, sometimes, is accepting loss without turning it into blame. We often cling to responsibility beyond what is reasonable, turning natural change into personal failure. But not everything that leaves us does so because we did something wrong. Some things simply complete their time. In a crowded inland city, a young man named Dario worked in an archive filled with letters no one requested anymore. He spent his days filing correspondence from long-dead senders to long-gone recipients. The words were careful, emotional, urgent in their time. At first, Dario felt important, as though he were preserving something essential. Over time, the weight of all those unheard voices began to press on him. At night, he dreamed of letters piling up endlessly. One afternoon, an older archivist named Serene noticed his distraction. "You carry them home with you," she said. Dario nodded. "They mattered," he said. "Someone cared enough to write." "Yes," Celine replied, "and they also learned to let go." She gestured toward the shelves. These letters were once held tightly. Then they were sent. Then they were forgotten. Dario looked around. The room felt less heavy. That night, he slept without dreaming of paper. Letting go, here, was understanding that not everything meaningful must be carried forever. Some things matter because they pass through us, not because they stay. In a mountain village where fog arrived each evening like a visitor, A woman named Leon ran a small inn. Travelers often arrived tired, unsure how long they would stay. Leon greeted them without questions. One night, a guest named Oscar lingered by the fire after everyone else had gone to bed. "I don't know where I'm going next," he said. Leanne nodded. "Then rest here," she said. "I feel like I should decide." Oscar said, "Like I'm wasting time." Leanne added wood to the fire. "Fog doesn't decide where to go," she said. "It waits until the air moves." Oscar stayed 3 nights. When he left, the path was clearer. Not because he had forced a choice, but because he had allowed himself to pause. Letting go is sometimes allowing uncertainty to remain unresolved. We often rush toward decisions not because they are ready, but because not knowing feels uncomfortable. Yet clarity often arrives when we stop pushing for it. In a dry southern plain, a man named Yusuf tended a well that had served the region for generations. Each day, people came with buckets. Yusuf monitored the water carefully, worried constantly that it would run dry. He rationed, measured, restricted. One summer, after a particularly harsh season, an elder named Amara came to speak with him. "You're guarding the well like a treasure," she said. "It is," Yusuf replied. "Without it, we have nothing." Amara nodded, then trusted to do what wells do. She helped him draw water without counting. The well did not dry up that day, or the next. Yusuf's sleep improved, not because the future was guaranteed, but because he stopped carrying it alone. Letting go, here, was releasing the illusion of total control. Control often feels like safety, but it is heavy work. Trust distributes the weight. In a riverside town where boats were painted bright colors, a child named Nadine spent afternoons skipping stones. She counted each skip carefully, disappointed when the stone sank too soon. Her grandfather, a man named Paolo, watched her one evening. "You're frowning," he said. "I want more skips," Nadine replied. Paolo picked up a stone and tossed it gently. It skipped twice and disappeared. He smiled. "That one was beautiful," he said. Nadine looked confused. "It didn't last." Paolo nodded. "Neither do we," he said softly. "That's why each moment matters." Nadine skipped another stone, this time without counting. Letting go does not make moments meaningless. It makes them lighter. As the night continues to open, these stories begin to overlap in feeling, if not in detail. Bees leaving a meadow, letters resting unread, fog pausing before it lifts, water drawn without counting, stones sinking without regret. They all point toward the same quiet truth. We are tired not because we care, but because we hold too tightly. And often, the holding continues simply because we have not questioned it. In a monastery garden where herbs grew in uneven rows, a caretaker named Soraya spent years trimming, correcting, arranging. She believed the garden should reflect order. One morning, after a storm, she found the rows disrupted, leaves scattered, stems bent. She stood there, overwhelmed. A visiting monk named Ephraim watched her silently. "Will you fix it?" he asked. Soraya nodded. "Of course." Why Ephraim asked. Soraya paused. Because it should look right. Ephraim knelt and smelled a crushed leaf. "It already does," he said. Soraya straightened a few plants. Then she stopped. The garden grew anyway. Letting go, here, was recognizing when correction had become habit rather than necessity. Not everything needs fixing. Not everything needs improvement. Sometimes, what we call disorder is simply life expressing itself. As the hours drift deeper into night, the need to understand these stories may fade. That's all right. Understanding belongs to the day. Night belongs to rest. You may notice that your attention moves in waves now, sometimes near, sometimes far. You don't need to pull it back. The night does not ask for focus. It offers permission to soften. Like Beatrice in the meadow, like Dario in the archive, like Oscar by the fire, like Yusuf at the well, like Nadine by the river, like Soraya in the garden. Each, in their own way, learned that letting go is not a loss of care, but a return to balance. And even now, as words continue to pass, it is perfectly fine if they begin to dissolve into something quieter. The night knows how to hold what we no longer need to carry. As the night continues to unfold, it asks less and less of us. The words no longer need to arrive clearly. They can drift, overlap, soften. This is not losing the thread. This is the thread loosening itself. In a quiet lakeside town where mornings were often wrapped in mist, there lived a woman named Mirek who repaired fishing nets. Her hands were steady, practiced from years of tying and mending. Fishermen brought her nets torn by rocks or worn thin by use. Mirek fixed them carefully, knot by knot, never rushing. What troubled her was not the work, but the waiting. While she worked, she often wondered whether she had chosen the right life, whether she should have left the town, learned something else, become someone more visible. These thoughts visited her most strongly in the evenings, when the lake lay still and silent. One night, unable to sleep, Mirek walked down to the shore. There she found an elderly fisherman named Tomasz sitting quietly, his boat tied loosely to the dock. "You're awake late," Tomasz said. "So are you," Mirek replied. Tomasz nodded. "I like to watch the water forget the day." Mirek sat beside him. "Do you ever regret staying?" she asked. "Doing the same thing year after year." Tomasz smiled faintly. "Regret comes when I imagine a different life and try to live it at the same time." He gestured to the lake. "This water doesn't wish to be the sea. It reflects what is here." Mirek said nothing. The mist thickened. The lake remained. That night, she slept without rehearsing other lives. Letting go, here, was releasing comparison. We exhaust ourselves by living not only the life we have, but the lives we imagine we should have had. Each comparison tightens the grip, pulling us away from where we actually are. When we stop comparing, what remains may be simple, but it is also real. In a small mountain clinic, a physician named Arjun worked long hours tending to people who rarely followed his advice. He repeated instructions patiently. He explained consequences gently. Still, many returned with the same ailments, the same habits unchanged. At night, Arjun lay awake thinking of all he could not fix. One evening, after a particularly difficult day, an older nurse named Yvette joined him for tea. "You look burdened," she said. "I keep thinking," Arjun replied, "that if I explained better, they would change." Yvette smiled. "People don't change because they understand," she said. "They change when they're ready." Arjun sighed. "Then what is my role?" "To care," Yvette said, "not to control outcomes." That night, Arjun slept without reviewing each patient in his mind. Letting go does not mean caring less. It means carrying less responsibility for what is not ours to decide. In a narrow desert village, a potter named Samira shaped clay each morning before the heat arrived. She loved the moment when the wheel spun smoothly, the clay rising under her hands. What she dreaded was the firing. Sometimes the kiln cracked a pot. Sometimes the glaze ran unevenly. Sometimes an entire batch failed. Each failure felt personal. One afternoon, A traveling merchant named Leon watched her work. "You stop breathing when the kiln closes," he observed. Samira laughed softly. "It's the hardest part." Leon nodded. "You've already done your part," he said. "The fire does the rest." That evening, Samira walked away from the kiln before it cooled, trusting the process she could not see. Letting go is often stepping back after we have done what we can. We forget how much effort we have already given. We stay involved long after our role is complete, driven by fear rather than necessity. But life has its own fires. They burn without our supervision. In a city where trams moved slowly through old streets, a librarian named Frida spent her days surrounded by books she had already read. She remembered passages easily, too easily. Each story seemed to echo another. Each ending reminded her of a different beginning. The accumulation weighed on her, not as knowledge, but as familiarity. One evening, as she closed the library, a young reader named Pavel asked her, "How do you remember so much?" Frida smiled sadly. "I don't know how to forget," she said. Pavel considered this. "My favorite books," he said, "are the ones I only remember the feeling of." That night, Frida chose a book at random and read without trying to retain anything. She slept peacefully, the story dissolving before morning. Letting go is sometimes allowing memory to fade. Not everything needs to be stored. Some things are meant to pass through us and leave only a trace. In a forest clearing where wildflowers grew unevenly, a woman named Elspeth taught children from nearby villages. She prepared carefully for each lesson, writing notes, planning explanations. Still, the children often remembered different things than she expected. One day, she asked a former student, now grown, what he recalled most. "The way you laughed when we got distracted," he said. Elspeth was surprised. "Not the lessons." He shrugged. The lessons changed. The feeling stayed. Letting go of outcome allows meaning to emerge in its own way. We cannot always choose what will last. We can only choose how we show up. In a harbor town, a shipbuilder named Cohen spent his days shaping wood into vessels meant to leave him. Each ship departed eventually, carrying cargo, people, stories he would never know. Early in his career, Cohen visited the harbor often, watching his ships sail away, feeling a quiet ache. Over time, he stopped going. One evening, his apprentice, a young man named Ilya, asked him why. "I used to think I was losing something each time," Cohen said. Now I know I was giving something its purpose. Letting go does not diminish our contribution. It completes it. As the night deepens further, the stories begin to feel less separate. They move like a single current. Different faces passing through the same water. Mirek by the lake. Arjun in the clinic. Samira at the kiln. Frida in the library. Elspeth in the clearing. Cohen by the harbor. Each met the same quiet invitation to loosen what had become heavy through holding. You may notice now that listening has become more distant. Words arrive and leave without staying long. This is natural. The mind is learning that it does not need to grip every sound. In a high plateau village, a woman named Anouk kept watch over a lighthouse far from the sea. It had once guided travelers across open land when the plateau was more dangerous to cross. Now, the paths were clear. The light was rarely needed. Anouk lit it each night anyway, out of habit. One evening, a visitor named Serge asked her why she still did. It's my duty, Anouk said. Serge nodded. And if no one is lost. Anouk looked at the light flickering against the dark. Slowly, she understood that her duty had changed. That night, she let the light rest. Letting go sometimes means releasing a role that has quietly ended. We continue out of loyalty, not necessity, until fatigue shows us the truth. As these moments settle, the night holds them without judgment. Nothing here needs to be resolved. Nothing needs to be concluded. The stories are not building toward an answer. They are creating space. Space where effort can rest. Space where the grip can soften. Space where sleep can arrive without being summoned. Even now, it's okay if you no longer remember who is who, or where one story ended and another began. That is not forgetting. That is letting go. The night knows how to carry what we set down, and we are allowed, at any moment, to set things down and rest with it. As the night deepens, the sense of needing to follow along may fade even more. That, too, belongs here. The words are not meant to be gathered. They are meant to pass, like lantern light seen from far away, enough to reassure, not enough to demand attention. In a wide plain where wind moved freely across tall grass, there lived a woman named Zofia who measured land. She carried simple tools and walked long distances, marking boundaries that others had decided were important. Fields, roads, property lines. Her work required precision, and she was good at it. Yet Each evening, as she returned home, she felt a quiet unease. The land she measured by day changed by night. Shadows blurred the edges. Wind erased footprints. Rain softened lines she had carefully marked. One evening, as she rested near a fence she had helped place years before, she met an old herder named Basilio passing through with his animals. "You walk the land as if it might escape," Basilio said kindly. Zofia smiled. "I'm paid to be exact," she replied. Basilio nodded. "And when you sleep?" Zofia hesitated. "I suppose the land rests?" Basilio laughed softly. "The land doesn't wait for us," he said. "It moves whether we measure it or not." That night, Zofia dreamed of grass growing over her markers. When she woke, she felt no alarm, only a strange relief. Letting go, here, was releasing the need for permanence. We often believe that defining, labeling, and fixing things in place will make them stable. But life is not a map. It shifts, grows, fades, and reforms without consulting our measurements. In a coastal town where gulls cried through the morning fog, a man named Henrik restored old boats. He loved the work, the smell of salt, the sound of wood being shaped, the quiet concentration it required. What troubled him was the knowledge that many of the boats he restored would never return to the water. They were meant for display, memory, or sentiment. One afternoon, a woman named Clémence brought him a small sailboat that had belonged to her father. "I want it to look exactly as it did," she said. Henrik nodded and worked carefully. When he finished, the boat looked beautiful, pristine, untouched by time. Clémence smiled, then frowned. "It doesn't feel the same," she said. Henrik understood. "It's no longer carrying waves," he said gently. They sat together in silence. Henrik realized then that restoration, too, had its limits. You could preserve the shape, but not the life that once moved through it. Letting go sometimes means allowing things to be what they are now, not what they once were. In a high mountain village, a woman named Kalina collected herbs. She knew which leaves healed, which roots soothed, which flowers eased pain. People came from far away to seek her knowledge. Over time, Kalina began to feel responsible for outcomes she could not guarantee. When remedies worked, she felt relief. When they didn't, she felt the weight of disappointment deeply. One evening, after a long day, a traveler named Rowan sat with her by the fire. You look burdened, Rowan said. Kalina nodded. I wish I could ensure healing, she said. Rowan smiled gently. You offer help, he replied. The body chooses what to accept. That night, Kalina slept without revisiting each face she had seen that day. Letting go here was releasing ownership of results. Offering care does not mean controlling outcomes. We can give what we have without binding ourselves to what follows. In a quiet monastery kitchen, a cook named Tenzin prepared meals for others every day. He took pride in balance and simplicity, yet he worried constantly about whether the food was satisfying enough, nourishing enough, appreciated enough. One evening, as he washed dishes, an elder monk named Raffaella joined him. You taste the meals more than anyone, Raffaella said. I have to, Tenzin replied. It matters. Raffaella nodded. And once the meal is eaten, Tenzin paused. Then it's gone. Raffaella smiled, then let it go with the dishes. That night, Tenzin slept without planning the next day's menu. Letting go is sometimes trusting that what we give is enough. In a forest village where paths wound unpredictably, a messenger named Isolde delivered news between settlements. Some messages were joyful, others were heavy. Over time, Isolde began to carry the emotional weight of each delivery, replaying reactions, wondering if she could have softened words or delayed bad news. One afternoon, after delivering a difficult message, she sat by a stream, exhausted. An old woman named Marwyn passed by and stopped. You carry what isn't yours, Marwyn said. Isolde looked up. Words change lives, she replied. Yes, Marwyn said. And they pass through you, not from you. That evening, Isolde noticed that the sound of the stream continued regardless of the stories it carried. Letting go can mean recognizing what belongs to us and what does not. In a narrow valley where winter lingered long into spring, a man named Eric stacked firewood with great care. Each log was placed precisely. He believed that order kept hardship away. One year, a sudden thaw caused the stacks to shift. Wood rolled. The careful structure collapsed. Eric felt anger rise. He worked through the night rebuilding. In the morning, his neighbor, a woman named Sorrel, brought him soup. You don't have to fight the ground, she said. Eric sat down, tired beyond words. That winter, he stacked the wood more loosely. It held just as well. Letting go is sometimes allowing things to be less tight. We confuse rigidity with strength, forgetting that flexibility often lasts longer. In a quiet observatory, far from cities, A woman named Naira tracked stars. She recorded movements, changes, distances so vast they defied understanding. The work was precise, endless. At night, she sometimes felt small, insignificant beneath the sky. One evening, a visiting astronomer named Paolo joined her. "You seem troubled," he said. Naira nodded. "The universe doesn't notice us," she said. Paolo smiled. "And yet," he replied, "here you are, noticing it." Naira laughed softly. Letting go here was releasing the need to be central. Meaning does not require importance. It arises naturally from attention itself. As the night stretches further, these stories begin to feel like echoes of one another. Different places, different lives, the same gentle loosening. Zofia, releasing the need to fix the land. Henrik, allowing the boat's life to be complete. Kalina, offering care without ownership. Tenzin, letting meals pass. Isol, setting down what was never hers. Eirik, loosening his stacks. Nira, resting in vastness. None of them made a dramatic choice. None declared a final conclusion. They simply noticed where effort exceeded necessity and allowed it to soften. You may notice now that listening has become intermittent. Thoughts drift in and out. Some sentences dissolve before finishing. This is not failure. It is rest arriving. The night does not require clarity. It does not demand attention. It does not ask us to hold anything together. Like grass covering markers, like waves leaving old boats, like herbs offering what they can, like meals disappearing into nourishment, like messages fading into memory, like wood settling, like stars moving without concern. Letting go is already happening, quietly, wherever we stop tightening our grip. And even if sleep has not fully arrived yet, it is close enough to be felt. The night is wide. There is nothing left to manage, nothing left to secure. We are allowed to rest here, exactly as we are, with whatever remains gently setting itself down. As the night continues, even the idea of continuation begins to soften. The hours no longer feel like steps forward, but like a wide field we are already standing in. Nothing is urging us on. Nothing is pulling us back. In a quiet riverside village where lanterns were lit early, there lived a woman named Maribel who dyed cloth. She worked with natural colors: indigo, rust, pale gold, mixing them in large clay vats behind her home. Each batch required patience. The cloth had to soak, rest, be lifted, then returned again. Rushing ruined the color. What troubled Maribel was not the work itself, but the waiting in between. While the cloth rested in the dye, she hovered nearby, checking again and again, afraid that something might go wrong if she stepped away. Her evenings were restless, her sleep shallow. One night, an older dyer named Quinto came to visit. He watched her pace around the vats. "You don't trust the color," he said gently. "I don't trust the time," Maribel replied. Quinto dipped a finger into the dye, then wiped it on a stone. "Time does not need watching," he said. "It does its work even when we turn our backs." That evening, Maribel left the cloth soaking and went inside. Nothing spoiled. The color deepened. Letting go, here, was trusting processes we cannot hurry. We often stay vigilant long after our involvement is complete, as if constant attention were required for things to unfold correctly. But many parts of life deepen only when left alone. In a small inland city, a man named Ovid worked as a notary. His days were filled with signatures, documents, agreements meant to secure the future. He took his role seriously, believing that clarity prevented suffering. Over time, however, he began to feel burdened by the weight of certainty. Each document fixed something in place: ownership, responsibility, obligation. One evening, while closing his office, he noticed an elderly client named Renata waiting quietly. "I don't need anything signed," she said. "I just wanted to thank you." For what? Ovid asked. "For explaining things slowly," she replied. "It helped me feel less afraid." After she left, Ovid sat alone, realizing that what had mattered was not the contract, but the care. Letting go, here, was releasing the belief that everything must be finalized to be safe. Sometimes, reassurance comes not from certainty, but from presence. In a forest monastery, a gardener named Bala tended a small grove of trees planted by generations before him. He knew which ones needed pruning, which ones thrived when left alone. What he struggled with was the fallen trees. Storms occasionally took them down. Each time it happened, Bala felt a quiet sadness, as though he had failed to protect them. One afternoon, after a particularly strong storm, a visiting elder named Chandra walked the grove with him. "You mourn the fallen," Chandra said. "Yes," Bala replied. "They were beautiful." Chandra nodded. "And now they feed the ground." Bala looked again. Moss was already gathering. Insects moved quietly among the roots. That evening, Bala slept without regret. Letting go can mean allowing cycles to complete themselves. We resist endings not because they are wrong, but because they remind us that nothing stays fixed. Yet endings are also how life continues. In a coastal lighthouse village, a woman named Eleni kept records of tides. She wrote down their times, their heights, their patterns. She believed that knowing them well enough would keep fishermen safe. One night, after a storm shifted the shoreline, her records no longer matched what she observed. She felt unsettled. An old sailor named Duarte noticed her frustration. "The sea doesn't break its promises," he said. "It just doesn't make them." Eleni laughed softly. Letting go, here, was releasing the need for predictability. We want life to behave as expected so we can rest. But rest often comes when we accept that certainty is never complete. In a hillside town, a woman named Hanai ran a small tea house. She remembered her regular customers by name, by preference, by habit. When one stopped coming, she worried. When another changed, she felt unsettled. One afternoon, a regular named Miroslav lingered longer than usual. "You seem distracted," he said. "I wonder where people go," Hanai replied. "When they stop coming." Miroslav smiled. "They live their lives," he said, "just as you live yours." That evening, Hanai closed the tea house without reviewing the empty seats in her mind. Letting go can mean allowing others to change without explanation. We hold on by expecting continuity where none is promised. Releasing that expectation lightens the heart. In a mountain pass where snow lingered late, a guide named Ilaria led travelers through difficult terrain. She took pride in keeping everyone safe. Each successful crossing reinforced her sense of responsibility. One season, a traveler chose a different guide. Ilaria felt slighted, though she said nothing. Later, an elder guide named Tomasz noticed her mood. "You taught them well," he said. "They no longer need you." Ilaria felt both loss and relief. Letting go, here, was allowing others to move forward without us. Our value does not diminish when others continue on their own paths. In a quiet town near old ruins, a woman named Selma restored mosaics. She spent hours placing tiny pieces into patterns long faded. What troubled her most were the missing pieces that could never be recovered. One day, a visitor named Rafi watched her work. "You leave some spaces empty," he said. Selma nodded. "I used to try to fill them," she said, "but it made the mosaic dishonest." She stepped back, seeing the beauty in what remained incomplete. Letting go is sometimes allowing absence to be visible. We do not need to hide what is missing. Gaps are part of the story. In a narrow valley where bells marked the hours, a watchman named Amen rang them faithfully. Over time, fewer people listened. Clocks appeared. Schedules changed. Still, Amen rang the bells, even when no one responded. One evening, a child named Leaf asked him why. Amen thought for a moment. "Because it reminds me where I am," he said. Later, he realized he could remember without ringing. That night, the bells were silent. The valley rested. Letting go sometimes means releasing a signal that is no longer needed. We continue habits long after their purpose has faded, out of loyalty rather than necessity. In a quiet archive beneath a university, a woman named Ameline organized specimens leaves, bones, stones carefully labeled and preserved. She admired their order, their stillness. Over time, she began to feel disconnected from the living world outside. One afternoon, a colleague named Borja invited her for a walk. "You spend your days with what no longer changes," he said. Ameline stepped outside, surprised by the movement of air, the sound of leaves. Letting go, here, was stepping back into change. Preservation has its place, but life itself is not meant to be held still. In a vineyard on a sloping hill, a woman named Coralie trained vines along wooden frames. She adjusted each branch carefully, guiding growth. One year, she fell ill and could not tend them as before. The vines grew unevenly, unpredictably. When she returned, she saw that the grapes were abundant. Letting go was not neglect. It was allowing nature to lead. We often underestimate how much life can do without our constant guidance. As the night stretches onward, these stories feel less like separate accounts and more like variations of the same quiet recognition. Maribel stepping away from the die, Ovid releasing certainty, Bala honoring cycles, Eleni accepting the sea, Hanai allowing change, Ilaria releasing necessity, Selma leaving space, Amen resting the bells, Ameline stepping outside, Coralie trusting growth. Each one loosened their grip, not because they stopped caring, but because care no longer required tension. You may notice now that attention comes and goes easily. Some images linger, others dissolve immediately. This is not something to correct. The mind is doing what it does when it feels safe enough to rest. The night does not ask us to remember names or lessons. It does not require understanding. It does not demand effort. It simply holds the space where letting go can happen on its own, like dye deepening in quiet vats, like bells fading into stillness, like vines growing freely, like paths continuing without us. Even now, you may find that holding on feels unnecessary, and if sleep has already begun to arrive, then the stories can continue without you. The night is wide enough for that, too. As the night continues, there is less sense of moving through time and more sense of resting inside it. The words come more slowly now, as if they, too, are learning not to rush. Nothing is being built. Nothing needs to be completed. In a quiet valley where morning fog often lingered until noon, there lived a woman named Renee who repaired musical instruments. Violins, cellos, flutes, and old guitars came to her workshop with cracks, loose strings, or dulled voices. Renee listened carefully to each one before touching it, letting the sound tell her what was wrong. What troubled her was silence. Some instruments arrived beyond repair. Wood split too deeply. Metal warped beyond correction. When she realized this, she felt a tightening in her chest, as if she had failed the music itself. One afternoon, a man named Arturo brought her an old violin that had belonged to his mother. "It hasn't made a sound in years," he said. Renee examined it slowly. She already knew. "I'm sorry," she said. "It can't be fixed." Arturo nodded. "I thought so," he said. "I just needed to hear it from someone who listens." He took the violin home without sadness. That evening, Renee realized that her role was not always to restore sound, but sometimes to honor its passing. Letting go does not silence meaning. It allows us to hear what is already complete. In a small town surrounded by orchards, a woman named Kaori harvested fruit each autumn. She was meticulous, sorting apples by size, color, and shape. The best were sold. The bruised ones were set aside. What bothered her were the fallen apples on the ground, those that dropped too early, splitting open before they could be gathered. She saw them as waste. One day, a child named Emile followed her through the orchard. "Why do you leave those?" he asked, pointing to the fallen fruit. "They're ruined," Kaori replied. Emile knelt and touched one. Bees buzzed nearby. The smell was sweet. "They're feeding something," he said. Kaori looked again. She had been seeing only what could not be sold. That night, she dreamed of the orchard nourishing itself. Letting go can mean releasing our idea of usefulness. Not everything exists to be kept or improved. Some things exist simply to return. In a riverside city, a woman named Petra worked as a translator. She moved between languages all day, choosing words carefully, trying to preserve meaning across gaps that could never fully close. What weighed on her was the fear of misunderstanding, that something essential might be lost. One evening, after a long session, she shared tea with a colleague named Lucian. "You look tired," he said. "I keep thinking I should do better." Petra replied, "Be more exact." Lucian smiled. "Meaning doesn't live only in words," he said. "It lives in tone, in presence, in what is not said." Petra slept deeply that night, the sentences finally resting. Letting go, here, was releasing the demand for perfection in communication. We do our best, and then we trust what passes between us. In a remote highland village, a man named Oscar maintained a narrow mountain road. He cleared rocks, repaired erosion, and marked dangerous turns. He believed that if he stopped, the path would disappear. One winter, heavy snow made the road impassable. No one traveled it for months. Oscar felt restless, purposeless. In spring, when the snow melted, he walked the road again. It was still there, changed, but intact. Letting go, here, was recognizing that not everything depends on us alone. We carry burdens because we believe the world will fall apart without our constant effort. Often, it continues quietly in our absence. In a coastal village where tides rose high at night, a woman named Isolde kept watch for storms. She had learned to read the sky, the wind, the water. Villagers trusted her warnings. Over time, she began to stay awake even on calm nights, scanning the horizon, unable to rest. One evening, an elder named Farouk joined her on the shore. "You don't need to watch when the sea is sleeping," he said. Isolde hesitated. "What if I miss something?" Farouk nodded. "Then you will respond when it arrives." That night, Isolde went home and slept through the tide. Letting go can mean trusting that we will meet what comes when it comes. Constant vigilance is not the same as care. In a quiet inland monastery, a woman named Chiara copied old manuscripts by hand. She took pride in accuracy, preserving each letter exactly as written. Her hands ached by evening. One night, while working late, she noticed a small smudge on the page she had just finished. She froze. An older monk named Elias watched her from the doorway. "Leave it," he said. "But it's wrong," Chiara replied. Elias smiled. "It is human," he said. Chiara closed the book and rested her hands. Letting go, here, was allowing imperfection to exist without correction. We confuse flawlessness with devotion, forgetting that devotion includes kindness toward ourselves. In a marketplace where vendors packed up at dusk, a woman named Samuela sold spices. She loved the colors, the scents, the conversations. What she struggled with was closure. Each evening, as stalls emptied, she felt a quiet sadness, as though something were being taken away. One night, a neighboring vendor named Idris noticed her lingering. "Markets end so they can begin again," he said. Samuela nodded, finally rolling down the cloth covering her stall. Letting go can be trusting cycles. Nothing stays open forever, and nothing ends permanently. In a quiet northern village, a man named Leander repaired shoes. He had learned the trade from his mother. Each pair told a story: long journeys, hard work, everyday use. What troubled Leander was when customers did not return. He wondered if his work had failed. One evening, his mother, now old, sat beside him. "People come back when they need you," she said, "not to reassure you." Leander laughed softly, the tension easing. Letting go is sometimes releasing the need for confirmation. Our worth does not require constant proof. In a lowland marsh where birds gathered at dusk, a woman named Inez counted them as they arrived. She recorded numbers faithfully, tracking migrations. One evening, the birds came late, scattered, fewer than expected. Inez felt uneasy, imagining loss. An older observer named Roland joined her. "Some are already resting elsewhere," he said. "Some are still on the way." Inez closed her notebook. Letting go, here, was releasing fear of absence. What we do not see is not always gone. In a hillside village where bells rang softly at noon, a woman named Tova ran a small post office. She sorted letters, parcels, messages moving between lives. What weighed on her were the letters returned unopened. She imagined rejection, disappointment, unfinished stories. One afternoon, a retired carrier named Benoit stopped by. "Messages travel their own paths," he said. "We don't decide where they land." That evening, Tova stopped rereading the returns. Letting go can mean releasing imagined narratives. We often add weight by filling in what we do not know. As the night continues, the stories grow quieter, less detailed. They no longer insist on being followed. They are like distant lights on a hillside, visible, steady, not demanding approach. Renee honoring silence, Kaori releasing usefulness, Petra trusting meaning, Oscar stepping back, Isolde resting vigilance, Chiara allowing imperfection, Samuela trusting cycles, Leander releasing validation, Inez easing fear, Tova setting down stories. Each one loosened a different kind of grip. You may notice now that listening feels optional. Words drift by without forming images. Names may no longer stay. That is not loss. That is rest. The mind, when it no longer needs to hold on, begins to float gently, like something placed on calm water. The night does not mind if you sleep. It does not mind if you listen. It does not mind if you do both, or neither. There is nothing here that requires attention, nothing that must be remembered, nothing that needs to be resolved. Only this quiet permission to stop carrying what has already grown heavy. And in that permission, the night continues to hold us, without effort, without expectation, wide enough for whatever remains to gently set itself down. As the night settles even more deeply, there is a sense that nothing further needs to happen. The words are no longer guiding anything. They are simply moving, like leaves on slow water. You may notice that effort has quietly stepped aside. That is enough. In a wide delta, where rivers separated and rejoined without urgency, there lived a woman named Estera who charted waterways. She spent her days recording bends, depths, and seasonal changes. Her maps were admired for their detail and care. Yet she was troubled by one recurring problem. The rivers never stayed the same. Each year, channels shifted. Sandbars moved. What she had marked carefully one season became inaccurate the next. Estera corrected her charts again and again, growing weary of the endless revisions. One afternoon, while resting on the bank, she met a ferryman named Alonso. "You redraw the river often," he observed. "I have to," Estera replied. "People rely on these maps." Alonso nodded. "I rely on the river," he said, "and I meet it each day as it is." That evening, Estera left one map unfinished. The river flowed on, unconcerned. Letting go, here, was releasing the need for final versions. We want things to settle into certainty so we can stop adjusting. But life is provisional by nature. Rest comes not from completion, but from acceptance of change. In a quiet coastal marsh, a woman named Mirette studied birds. She observed patiently, noting behaviors, patterns, subtle differences between species. Her notebooks were full. What unsettled her was disappearance. Some birds stopped coming. Some returned late. Some never returned at all. Mirette worried constantly about decline, about loss, about what her notes could not prevent. One morning, a fellow observer named Henriksen joined her. "You watch closely," he said. "I'm afraid of missing something," Mirette replied. Henriksen smiled gently. "Watching does not mean holding," he said. "Life moves whether we witness it or not." That day, Mirette closed her notebook early and simply watched the sky. Letting go can mean loosening our grip on concern. Care does not require constant worry. Often, worry is what exhausts us, not love. In a hillside village where stone walls divided small fields, a man named Gale repaired those walls. He stacked stones carefully, believing that precision kept the land orderly. One year, frost cracked several walls despite his work. Stones shifted. Gaps appeared. Gale felt frustrated, as though his effort had been wasted. An older neighbor named Mireia watched him rebuild. "Walls fall," she said. "That is not failure." Gale paused, hands aching. That winter, he repaired only what was needed. The fields remained. Letting go, here, was releasing the idea that maintenance could prevent all decay. We work hard to preserve what matters, but preservation is temporary. Recognizing this allows us to work without bitterness. In a city apartment overlooking a busy street, a woman named Lotta sorted photographs. Boxes filled with images surrounded her faces, smiling, moments frozen, events long past. She had been organizing them for years, believing that once they were properly arranged, something inside her would settle. Instead, each photo stirred new feelings: nostalgia, regret, longing. One evening, her brother, a man named Casper, stopped by. "You look tired," he said. "I keep trying to put everything in order," Lotta replied. Casper picked up a photo at random. "Memories don't live in boxes," he said. That night, Lotta left several boxes unsorted and slept without revisiting the past. Letting go can mean allowing memory to be uneven. Not everything needs to be revisited, categorized, or understood again. In a desert town where evening heat lingered long after sunset, a woman named Najwa maintained a small weather station. She recorded temperatures, wind, humidity. Her data was precise. What unsettled her were sudden changes, storms that appeared without warning, heat waves that defied prediction. She felt uneasy when the instruments could not explain everything. One night, an elder named Suleiman joined her under the stars. "The sky is not obligated to be predictable," he said. Najwa smiled, the tension easing. Letting go, here, was releasing the expectation of full explanation. Understanding has limits. Peace often comes from accepting them. In a mountain monastery, a bell ringer named Elio rang the bell at regular intervals. The sound marked time for prayer, work, rest. Elio took the role seriously. Over time, fewer monks relied on the bell. They moved by intuition instead. Still, Elio rang it faithfully, even when no one seemed to listen. One evening, the abbot, a man named Severin, spoke with him. "You can rest," Severin said. Elio hesitated. What if they forget the time? Severin smiled. They already know. That night, the bell was silent. The monastery remained steady. Letting go sometimes means releasing usefulness when it has quietly completed its task. We cling to roles long after they are needed, mistaking habit for purpose. In a vineyard near a river bend, a woman named Nadej oversaw the harvest. She coordinated workers, schedules, transport. Everything depended on timing. One year, rain disrupted the plan. Grapes ripened unevenly. Schedules failed. Nadej felt overwhelmed, blaming herself. An older vintner named Otmar watched calmly. Wine is made with weather, not against it, he said. That season's wine was different. It was also good. Letting go, here, was releasing rigid plans. Flexibility allows life to cooperate with us rather than oppose us. In a small town where trains passed without stopping, a man named Jarek worked as a signal operator. He monitored tracks, ensuring smooth passage. He took pride in precision. At night, he worried about mistakes he might have made, signals he might have misread. One evening, a retired operator named Xenia visited. "You check twice," she said. "Then you let the train go." Jarek nodded slowly. That night, he slept without replaying the day. Letting go can mean trusting the care we have already given. We often doubt ourselves after the moment has passed, tightening the grip unnecessarily. In a forest settlement where lanterns were lit at dusk, a woman named Solène guided travelers to their lodgings. She remembered faces, stories, directions. What troubled her was goodbye. Each departure stirred a quiet sadness. She felt the loss of connections that would never continue. One night, a traveler named Piero thanked her. "You helped me arrive," he said. That was enough. Solène watched him leave, feeling lighter. Letting go is sometimes recognizing when a moment has fulfilled its purpose. Not all connections are meant to last. Some are complete because they end. In a hilltop observatory, a man named Ionut charted clouds. Unlike stars, clouds shifted quickly, forming and dissolving endlessly. At first, Ionut tried to classify them precisely. Over time, he stopped. He learned to watch without naming, letting go. Here was releasing the need to define. Not everything needs a label to be understood. As the night continues, the stories begin to feel even more distant, like voices carried across water. Their details matter less. Their feeling remains. Estera leaving maps unfinished, Mirette easing worry, Gail repairing only what's needed, Lotta setting boxes aside, Najwa accepting mystery, Elio resting the bell, Nadej loosening plans, Yarek trusting his care, Solen allowing goodbyes, Ionut watching without naming. Each story circles the same quiet center. We hold because we think holding is required. We tighten because we think looseness is dangerous. We stay alert because we think rest must be earned. And slowly, gently, we discover that none of this is entirely true. The night does not reward effort. It does not punish release. It simply receives what we stop carrying. You may notice now that even these words are becoming less distinct. Sentences drift apart. Meaning softens. That is not something to correct. It is the same letting go. These stories have been pointing toward all along. Nothing here needs your attention. Nothing needs to be finished. Nothing needs to be understood before sleep arrives. The night is wide. It has room for unfinished maps, uncounted birds, silent bells, empty boxes, shifting clouds. It has room for you to rest without explanation. And if listening fades, the night will continue holding what remains, quietly, without effort, exactly as it is. As the night moves further inward, there is a feeling that even movement itself has slowed. The words do not hurry. They appear, linger briefly, and then fade, as if they know they are not required to stay. This is the hour when holding on feels unnecessary. In a quiet fishing village, where the shoreline curved gently like a resting body, there lived a woman named Brigitte who mended sails. She worked near the water, her table always dusted with salt. Sailors brought her torn canvas after storms or long voyages. She repaired each sail with care, her stitches small and steady. What troubled Brigitte was not the damage, but the departures. Each sail she repaired would soon leave her hands, catching wind, disappearing beyond the horizon. she found herself watching boats longer than necessary, feeling a tightening in her chest as they grew smaller. One evening, as she folded a finished sail, an old sailor named Emmerich sat nearby. "You stitch as if you want them to stay," he said kindly. Brigitte smiled faintly. "I suppose I do." Emmerich nodded. "Sails are made to leave," he said. "That's how they fulfill their purpose." Brigitte folded the sail and handed it over. The next morning, she did not watch the boat depart. Letting go, here, was allowing things to move on without us. We often hold on at the moment of completion, mistaking release for loss. But what we create, mend, or offer is not diminished when it continues without our presence. In a highland village where nights grew cold quickly, a man named Soren kept the communal fire. Each evening, villagers gathered around it, sharing warmth and quiet conversation. Soren made sure the fire burned evenly, neither too high nor too low. What weighed on him was the fear of absence. On nights when few people came, Soren worried that he had failed. He added more wood, tended the fire longer, trying to draw people back. One night, an elder named Elspira joined him. "The fire doesn't decide who comes," she said. "It offers itself." That night, Soren let the fire burn naturally. A few people came. Some did not. The warmth remained. Letting go is sometimes releasing responsibility for how others respond. We give what we can, and we allow the rest to unfold without us managing it. In a river town where barges passed silently at dawn, a woman named Yara cleaned windows for a living. She climbed ladders each day, washing away dust and grime, restoring clarity for others. What troubled her was how quickly the windows clouded again. By evening, new smudges appeared. Rain left streaks. Dust returned. She began to feel her work was endless. One afternoon, a shopkeeper named Milo watched her finish a window. "It looks good," he said. "For now," Yara replied. Milo smiled. "That's all it ever needs to be." That evening, Yara stopped worrying about tomorrow's dirt. Letting go can mean accepting impermanence without resentment. We exhaust ourselves by expecting permanence in a world designed for change. In a small town surrounded by forests, a woman named Katya cataloged seeds. She labeled jars carefully, recording origin, season, potential yield. She believed that if she preserved enough seeds, nothing would be lost. Over time, the collection grew overwhelming. Some seeds expired before being planted. Others were forgotten on shelves, One night, a visiting botanist named Raoul looked through the collection. "You can't save every season," he said gently. Katya nodded, feeling the truth of it. That spring, she planted fewer seeds and watched them grow. Letting go is sometimes choosing what to carry forward and what to return to the earth. Holding everything is not the same as caring wisely. In a coastal city where foghorns sounded at irregular hours, a man named Luke worked as a sound technician. He adjusted levels, balanced tones, removed unwanted noise. His job was to make things clear. What disturbed him was silence. When equipment was turned off, when rooms emptied, he felt uneasy, as though something important had been lost. One night, after a long shift, an older colleague named Mirella sat with him in a quiet hall. "Silence isn't empty," she said. "It's resting." Luke sat with the quiet. It did not harm him. Letting go, here, was allowing absence without filling it. We rush to fill gaps because we fear what might be revealed there. Often, what we find is simply rest. In a desert village where stars were sharp and bright, a woman named Zara traced constellations for travelers. She told stories of the sky, connecting stars into shapes that made sense to human minds. What troubled her was knowing that the stars themselves did not recognize these shapes. One evening, a child named Elias asked her, "Are the stories true?" Zara smiled. "They help us look," she said. "They don't own the sky." That night, she watched the stars without naming them. Letting go can mean releasing stories once they have served their purpose. Maps, explanations, and meanings guide us, but they are not the landscape itself. In a hillside town where stone steps wound between houses, a woman named Freya swept the streets each morning. She liked the ritual, the sense of beginning again. What troubled her was how quickly leaves returned. Blown in by wind she could not control. One day, a passerby named Nuno watched her pause mid-sweep. "You could stop," he said. Freya smiled. "I could," she replied. But sweeping isn't about finishing. That evening, she swept without hurry, without expectation. Letting go, here, was releasing the idea of completion. Some actions are not meant to end. They are meant to be done, and done again, lightly. In a monastery tucked into rolling hills, a woman named Aveline rang a small bell to mark transitions. Work to rest, rest to meals. Over time, the community learned the rhythm so well that the bell became unnecessary. Still, Aveline rang it out of habit. One afternoon, the abbot, a man named Jerome, spoke with her. "You can set the bell down," he said. Aveline hesitated, then placed it on the shelf. Nothing fell apart. Letting go can mean trusting what has already been learned. We hold on to reminders long after they are needed, afraid of forgetting. Often, the knowing remains. In a wide meadow where horses grazed freely, a woman named Paloma trained young riders. She corrected posture, balance, focus. She cared deeply about their progress. What weighed on her was watching them grow confident enough to ride without her. One evening, after a student left to train elsewhere, Paloma felt a quiet sadness. An older trainer named Iskander noticed. "You didn't lose her," he said. "You prepared her." Paloma nodded, the sadness easing. Letting go is sometimes recognizing success disguised as departure. When others move on, it does not mean we are left behind. In a northern port where ice gathered along the docks, a man named Eero repaired nets and ropes. Winter slowed everything. Work became sporadic. Waiting filled the days. Eero grew restless, feeling unneeded. One evening, an old fisherman named Caleb joined him. "Winter is not empty," Caleb said. "It's waiting." Eero learned to wait without impatience. Letting go, here, was releasing the need to be constantly useful. Value does not disappear when activity slows. In a mountain village where paths were lit by lanterns at night, a woman named Lynn guided travelers. She knew every turn, every stone. What troubled her was when travelers chose their own way, no longer asking for guidance. One night, a traveler named Otto thanked her before continuing alone. "You helped me see the path," he said. Lynn watched him go, feeling complete. Letting go can mean stepping back once clarity has been shared. Guidance is not ownership. As the night continues, the stories feel softer now, like echoes heard through walls. The names matter less. The details blur. What remains is the same quiet invitation, repeated gently, again and again. You do not need to hold this. You do not need to keep track. You do not need to follow each turn. The night is doing its work without your effort. Like sails catching wind, like fires offering warmth, like windows clouding and clearing, like seeds returning to soil, like silence resting, like stars shining unnamed, like streets swept without end, like bells set down, like students moving on, like winter waiting, like paths continuing. letting go is not an act of will. It is the natural response to noticing that holding has become heavy. And even now, if listening has grown faint, that is not a problem. The night does not require your attention to continue. It holds what remains, quietly, generously. You are allowed to rest here, without finishing, without understanding, without carrying anything further. The night knows how to take it from here. As the night stretches on, there is less sense of before and after. Moments no longer stack themselves neatly. They rest side by side, like stones warmed by the same quiet sun. Listening may feel distant now, or very close, or unnecessary altogether. All of that belongs. In a small inland harbor, where boats were pulled onto sand rather than docks, there lived a woman named Therese, who painted hulls. Her work was simple and repetitive. She sanded, repainted, sealed against water and time. The colors faded each season, no matter how carefully she worked. What weighed on her was the feeling that nothing she did lasted. One evening, while cleaning her brushes, she spoke of this to a visiting sailor named Benoit. "I keep starting over," she said. "The paint never holds." Benoit looked out at the boats resting on the shore. "The paint isn't meant to last forever," he said. "It's meant to last long enough." Therese slept that night without resenting the work that would return in the spring. Letting go, here, was releasing the demand for permanence. Not everything is meant to endure unchanged. Some things serve by returning, again and again, in slightly different forms. In a quiet farming region, where grain fields bent with the wind, a man named Ilya repaired fences. He walked long lines of posts each day, tightening wire, replacing broken boards. He believed strong fences kept order. After a harsh winter, many fences leaned or fell. Ilya felt discouraged. An older farmer named Maros watched him work. "The wind isn't your enemy," Maros said. "It just doesn't care about fences." Ilya laughed softly. That spring, he repaired only what the animals truly needed. The fields remained open, alive. Letting go can mean working with reality instead of against it. We often tire ourselves by resisting what cannot be controlled, rather than adjusting gently. In a stone house at the edge of a forest, a woman named Celeste restored old books. She cleaned pages carefully, repaired bindings, preserved fragile paper. Her work required patience and attention. What unsettled her was decay. Despite her efforts, some pages crumbled, ink faded, time continued. One afternoon, a historian named Omar visited her workshop. "You save what can be saved," he said. "That is enough." Celeste nodded, feeling the truth settle. Letting go, here, was accepting limits without guilt. Care does not require us to defeat time. It asks only that we meet it honestly. In a mountain town where bells echoed softly at dusk, a man named Ruin tuned instruments for a small orchestra. He listened closely, adjusting strings until harmony emerged. What troubled him was dissonance notes that did not quite fit. Musicians who struggled. He carried these imperfections home with him, replaying rehearsals late into the night. One evening, a conductor named Sophia spoke with him. "Music breathes," she said. "If it were perfect, it would be lifeless." That night, Ruin slept without hearing wrong notes in his dreams. Letting go can mean allowing rough edges to exist. Harmony is not the absence of tension. It is the balance of it. In a coastal village where nets dried on wooden frames, a woman named Mireille sorted fish each morning. She separated what would sell quickly from what needed preserving. Her hands moved fast, practiced. What weighed on her was waste. Some fish spoiled despite her efforts. She felt responsible. An older fisher named Thomas noticed her frustration. "The sea gives," he said, "and it takes. We don't get to choose which days are generous." Mireille breathed easier that evening. Letting go, here, was releasing the belief that effort guarantees outcome. We do what we can. The rest belongs to forces larger than us. In a narrow canyon town, a man named Pavel kept watch for rock slides. He scanned the cliffs daily, alert to danger. His vigilance kept people safe. Over time, the constant watching exhausted him. One afternoon, a geologist named Annika visited. "You can't prevent every fall," she said gently. "You can only respond when it happens." That night, Pavel slept through the sound of wind. Letting go does not mean neglecting care. It means releasing constant anticipation of disaster. In a market square where stalls folded away at sunset, a woman named Yvonne arranged flowers. She created bouquets that lasted only a day or two. She loved their colors, their brief beauty. What troubled her was knowing they would wilt so soon. One evening, a passerby named Demas paused. "They won't last," Yvonne said. Demas smiled. "That's why they matter today." Yvonne closed her stall without sadness. Letting go is sometimes appreciating what is temporary without wishing it were otherwise. In a monastery perched above a valley, a woman named Sabina rang a small gong at dawn. It marked the beginning of silence. Over time, the community no longer needed the sound. Still, Sabina rang it, afraid of losing structure. One morning, the abbot, a woman named Theron, spoke quietly. "The silence already knows when to begin," she said. Sabina set the gong aside. Nothing was lost. Letting go can mean trusting what has become internal. External supports are meant to fall away when they are no longer needed. In a forest village where wood smoke lingered in the air, a man named Havel carved utensils, spoons, bowls, simple tools. Each one was slightly different. What troubled him was inconsistency. Some pieces were smoother than others. Some fit the hand better. One evening, a traveler named Sina picked up a rough spoon. "This one feels alive," she said. Havel smiled, releasing his worry. Letting go, here, was allowing uniqueness. Uniformity is not the same as quality. In a riverside monastery, a woman named Keiko tended a koi pond. She fed the fish carefully, monitored the water, removed debris. What unsettled her was change. As seasons passed, fish grew, colors shifted, some disappeared. One afternoon, a visiting monk named Armand watched with her. "They are not the same fish," he said. Keiko nodded. "Neither am I." Letting go can mean recognizing that change is not loss, but movement. In a high plateau town where winds were strong, a woman named Nuria hung laundry on long lines. She adjusted clothespins carefully, fighting the wind. Often, sheets twisted, snapped, or fell. She felt irritated, blaming the weather. One day, a neighbor named Joel laughed as a sheet flew free. "The wind is helping," he said. "It dries faster." Nuria laughed too. Letting go is sometimes changing perspective. What we resist may already be serving us. In a quiet urban chapel, a man named Vittorio lit candles each evening. He replaced burned ones, cleaned wax, prepared the space. What weighed on him was emptiness. Some nights, no one came. He felt his effort was unseen. One evening, a passerby named Alif stepped inside briefly. "Thank you," she said. "It feels peaceful." That was enough. Letting go can mean releasing the need to be witnessed. Care does not require applause. In a lakeside village where reeds whispered at night, a woman named Ondine guided night fishermen with a lantern. She walked the shore slowly, the light steady. What troubled her was fatigue. Each night felt long. One evening, a fisherman named Raoul said, "The lake knows the way now." Undine rested the lantern. The lake remained. Letting go is sometimes stepping back when guidance is no longer required. In a mountain settlement where snowmelt fed narrow streams, a man named Ivo measured water flow. He recorded levels, worried about drought. One year, the flow dropped despite his tracking. An elder named Micah watched him frown. "Measuring doesn't make it rise," she said kindly. Ivo closed his notebook for the day. Letting go, here, was releasing anxious monitoring. Attention does not always equal influence. In a coastal town where gulls nested on rooftops, a woman named Rosaline cleaned chimneys. She removed soot, ensuring warmth and safety. What troubled her was repetition. The work never ended. One winter evening, her brother, a man named Lucan, said, "Homes stay warm because you return." Rosaline felt lighter. Letting go can mean accepting repetition as service, not failure. Some work is meant to continue quietly. In a village square where musicians played occasionally, a woman named Ima tuned a piano that few used. She kept it ready. Months passed between performances. She wondered why she bothered. One day, a child named Jonas sat down and played clumsily. The sound filled the square. That was enough. Letting go can mean preparing without expectation. Not every offering is immediately received. As the night moves deeper still, the stories grow thinner, lighter, like mist dissolving into air. The details matter less. The feeling remains. Therese painting long enough, Ilya loosening fences, Celeste accepting decay, Ruan allowing dissonance, Mireille releasing blame, Pavel easing vigilance, Yvonne honoring brevity, Sabina setting down the gong, Havel welcoming difference, Keiko flowing with change, Nerea laughing with wind, Vittorio lighting without witness, Ondine resting the lantern, Ivo closing the notebook, Rosaline returning without resentment, Emma keeping readiness. Each one stepped back, just a little. You may notice now that even holding these stories feels unnecessary. Names dissolve, images blur. What remains is a sense of easing. Nothing here needs to be finished. Nothing needs to be understood. Nothing needs to be held together. The night is doing what it does best, receiving what we stop carrying. And if sleep has already arrived, then the words can fade without ceremony. They know how to leave on their own. As the night moves on, there is a quiet sense that even listening is optional now. The words arrive like distant footsteps, soft enough that they do not ask to be followed. They come, they pass, and the night remains wide and untroubled. In a low valley where evening light lingered gently on the hills, there lived a woman named Margot, who tended a small cemetery. She swept the paths, trimmed the grass, straightened stones that leaned with time. She knew the names carved there better than most of the living residents of the valley. What weighed on Margot was responsibility. She worried constantly about whether she was doing enough, whether the paths were clean enough, whether the stones were aligned properly, whether the quiet was respectful enough. One evening, as the sun dipped low, an old visitor named Hector stopped by. He stood quietly for a long time, then turned to her. "It feels peaceful here," he said. Margot hesitated. "I always think it could be better," she replied. Hector smiled. "Peace doesn't need improvement," he said. That night, Margot left a few leaves where they had fallen. The quiet remained. Letting go, here, was trusting that care does not require perfection. We often hold ourselves responsible for outcomes that are already sufficient. In doing so, we exhaust ourselves without adding anything essential. In a coastal plain where salt air drifted far inland, a man named Benoit repaired windmills. He climbed tall ladders, adjusted blades, checked gears worn smooth by years of turning. His work kept the mills moving, grinding grain for the villages nearby. What troubled Benoit was stopping. When the wind died, the blades slowed, then rested. Benoit felt restless in those moments, as if something had gone wrong. One evening, an older miller named Harlan watched the blades stand still. "They're not broken," Harlan said. "They're waiting." Benoit breathed out, surprised by the relief he felt. Letting go can mean allowing pauses without turning them into problems. Not all stillness is failure. Some stillness is preparation. In a narrow coastal town where boats returned at dusk, a woman named Iskra kept a small shop selling oil lamps. She cleaned the glass carefully, trimmed wicks, made sure each lamp burned evenly. She believed light should be reliable. What unsettled her was darkness. When storms cut power and lamps burned out, she felt uneasy, as if she had let people down. One night, during a long blackout, she sat outside with her neighbor, a man named Leoncio. They watched the stars emerge, brighter than usual. "Darkness isn't empty," Leoncio said. "It reveals other lights." Iskra slept deeply that night, the lamps resting on their shelves. Letting go, here, was releasing fear of darkness. Darkness is not always absence. Often, it is space. In a small town near rolling fields, a woman named Nadia kept records of harvest yields. She liked numbers. They made things feel orderly, predictable. When a season produced less than expected, she worried deeply, replaying weather patterns, decisions, mistakes. One year, after a particularly poor harvest, an elder farmer named Mikkel spoke with her. "Fields, breathe," he said. "Some years in, some years out." Nadia closed her ledger early that evening. Letting go can mean accepting fluctuation. Stability is not sameness. It is resilience across change. In a mountain village where narrow roads twisted sharply, a man named Luca placed warning signs. He painted them bright, checked their positions, worried about visibility. He believed that if signs were clear enough, accidents could be prevented. Despite his efforts, some travelers ignored them. Luca carried the weight of this at night, imagining what he could have done differently. One evening, a traveler named Amrit stopped to thank him. "Your signs helped me slow down," Amrit said. That was enough. Letting go can mean releasing responsibility for every outcome. We contribute what we can. Others choose what they do with it. In a quiet riverside convent, a woman named Madeline folded linens each morning. Sheets, robes, towels. The work was simple and repetitive. What troubled her was monotony. She worried that her days were disappearing without distinction. One afternoon, an elder named Bruna watched her fold. "These moments are not empty," Bruna said. "They are steady." Madeline felt the weight lift slightly. Letting go here was releasing the need for constant meaning. Some days do not need to stand out. They support the rest. In a hillside orchard where plums ripened unevenly, a man named Thomas kept watch for thieves. He patrolled at night, lantern in hand, alert to sound and shadow. Over time, the vigilance wore him down. He slept lightly, always listening. One night, an old neighbor named Silvio joined him. "You guard as if loss is certain," Silvio said. Thomas paused. "Isn't it?" Silvio smiled. "Sometimes," he said, "and sometimes nothing happens." That night, Thomas slept without the lantern beside him. Letting go does not deny risk. It releases constant anticipation of it. In a coastal village where ropes were coiled neatly each morning, a woman named Elara checked knots for the fishermen. She tightened, retightened, tested each one. She believed secure knots kept people safe. What troubled her was doubt. She often returned to finished work, checking again and again. One afternoon, an experienced fisher named Paolo laughed gently. "You've tied it well," he said. Trust your hands. Alara stepped back. Letting go can mean trusting our own competence. Doubt often lingers long after skill is present. In a small forest settlement, a man named Hero kept the paths clear. He removed fallen branches, trimmed back growth. He liked order. After a storm, the paths filled with debris again. Hero felt frustration rise. An old forester named Ingrid passed by. The forest doesn't mind obstacles, she said. It grows around them. Hero rested his tools early that day. Letting go can mean allowing messiness where order is not essential. Not everything needs to be cleared immediately. In a lakeside village where reflections changed with each ripple, a woman named Sabine taught children to swim. She stood in the water, guiding, encouraging, watching carefully. What weighed on her was fear of accidents, fear of what could go wrong. One summer, a confident student named Matteo swam far out on his own. Sabine's heart tightened. An older instructor named Oleg stood beside her. You prepared him, he said. Now let him move. Sabine exhaled. Letting go can mean trusting the learning that has already happened. Preparation does not end risk, but it allows growth. In a narrow mountain chapel, a woman named Anselma cleaned candles after services. She scraped wax, replaced wicks, arranged them neatly. What troubled her was when candles burned unevenly, dripping wax onto the floor. She felt irritation, as though the candles were misbehaving. One evening, a visitor named Coralie watched her work. Fire isn't tidy, she said. Anselma laughed softly. Letting go, here, was accepting the nature of what we work with. Not everything can be made neat without losing its essence. In a port town where ships departed silently at night, a man named Victor monitored departure schedules. He checked times, crossings, manifests. What unsettled him was uncertainty, weather delays, unexpected changes. He carried tension home each night. One evening, a retired sailor named Noor sat with him. Ships leave when they leave, Noor said. You only witness it. Victor felt the grip loosen. Letting go can mean recognizing the limits of our role. We are part of the movement, not its master. In a rural village where bells rang only on special days, a woman named Elsbeth kept the bell rope clean and ready. She liked the feeling of readiness. What troubled her was waiting. Days passed without use. One morning, a child named Soren asked her why she kept checking the rope. So it's ready, Elsbeth said. And if today isn't the day Soren asked? Elsbeth smiled. Letting go can mean allowing readiness without impatience. Not everything we prepare for arrives quickly. In a market town where rain came often, a man named Rafi repaired umbrellas. He replaced fabric, fixed spokes, tested springs. What troubled him was seeing broken umbrellas discarded nearby. He felt a quiet sadness at the waste. One evening, his sister, a woman named Lena, spoke gently. "Some things finish," she said. "That doesn't erase their use." Rafi nodded, the sadness easing. Letting go can mean allowing endings without turning them into regret. As the night grows quieter still, these stories feel less like narratives and more like soft impressions. The details fade. The names slip away. What remains is the same gentle easing. Margot leaving leaves, Benoit trusting stillness, Iskra resting with darkness, Nadia accepting fluctuation, Luca releasing outcomes, Madeline trusting steadiness, Thomas easing vigilance, Ilara trusting her hands, Hero resting his tools, Sabine allowing movement, and Selma laughing at wax, Victor releasing control, Elsbeth waiting lightly, Rafi allowing endings. Each one loosened something that had been held too tightly for too long. You may notice now that even these impressions do not need to stay. They can come and go freely. Nothing here asks to be remembered. Nothing needs to be followed to the end. The night is already doing its work, carrying what we no longer need to hold. And if sleep has quietly arrived, then the words can fade without announcement. They know how to leave. The night remains, steady and wide, holding everything that has been gently set down. As the night continues, there is a sense that even the idea of continuing is no longer important. The hours are not being counted. They are simply unfolding, one into the next, like shadows lengthening without effort. The words are softer now, arriving without insistence, content to drift. In a quiet hill town where early mornings smelled of stone and dew, there lived a woman named Odette who rang the bakery bell at dawn. Each morning, before the streets filled, she pulled the rope and listened to the bell echo gently between the houses. It was her signal that bread was ready, that the day could begin. What troubled Odette was being late. On the rare mornings when she overslept, panic rushed in. She imagined disappointment, disruption, a day thrown off balance because of her mistake. One morning, after a restless night, she woke to find the sun already up. The bell had not rung. Her heart tightened. As she hurried outside, she saw people already walking, talking, buying bread as usual. The day had begun without her signal. An old baker named Lucette noticed her distress. "The morning doesn't wait for bells," she said gently. That day, Odette rang the bell without urgency. Letting go, here, was releasing the belief that everything depends on us. We often hold ourselves at the center of the world's turning, forgetting how gracefully life moves on its own. In a river town where fog rolled in quietly at night, a man named Stefan ferried people across the water. He knew the currents well. He guided the boat steadily, speaking little. What weighed on him was memory. He remembered passengers long after they had crossed conversations, confessions, moments of fear or joy shared briefly on the river. At night, these memories surfaced, uninvited. One evening, an elderly woman named Mireia crossed alone. As they reached the opposite bank, she paused. "Thank you for carrying me," she said. Stefan nodded. After she left, he realized something. He had carried many people safely, but he did not need to carry them forever. That night, the river sounded quieter. Letting go can mean allowing moments to end where they belong. Not every connection needs to follow us into sleep. In a mountain village where smoke curled slowly from chimneys, a woman named Liesel repaired quilts. She stitched together old fabric shirts, blankets, dresses, turning what was worn into something warm again. What troubled Liesel was unevenness. Some quilts were beautiful. Others felt awkward, mismatched. She judged them harshly, seeing only what did not align. One afternoon, a young man named Thomas brought back a quilt she had made years before. "It's my favorite," he said. "It reminds me of many things at once." Liesel looked at it again. The unevenness no longer felt like a flaw. Letting go, here, was releasing the need for coherence. Life is rarely made of matching pieces, yet it holds together all the same. In a small coastal village where gulls nested loudly on rooftops, a man named André tracked tides. He wrote them down each day, certain that precision would bring safety and understanding. What unsettled him was surprise. Sometimes the water rose faster than expected, sometimes slower. His notes were never perfect. One evening, an old fisherman named Rolf watched him frown over his ledger. "The sea doesn't follow notes," Rolf said. "It follows the moon." André closed the book. Letting go can mean trusting rhythms larger than our measurements. Understanding has its place, but it is not the same as control. In a quiet monastery orchard, a woman named Morella collected fallen fruit. She sorted what could be used from what could not. She worked carefully, wanting nothing to be wasted. What weighed on her was abundance. Some seasons produced more fruit than could be gathered. Much fell and rotted on the ground. She felt uneasy, as though she had failed to keep up. One evening, an elder named Thomasin walked with her through the orchard. "The trees are not anxious," he said. "They give what they give." Mirella slept deeply that night, the orchard at peace. Letting go is sometimes accepting that enough is enough. Abundance does not require us to account for every piece. In a narrow valley where echoes carried far, a man named Pascal tested acoustics for the town hall. He clapped, listened, adjusted panels. He wanted sound to travel clearly. What troubled him was silence. When the hall stood empty, he worried that his work served no purpose. One evening, a caretaker named Rowan sat quietly in the hall. "This silence holds tomorrow's voices," Rowan said. Pascal felt something loosen. Letting go can mean trusting what is not yet visible. Not all usefulness is immediate. In a lakeside village where boats rested at night, a woman named Irina polished oars. She cleaned them carefully, smoothing rough edges. What unsettled her was repetition. Each day, the oars returned scratched, worn again by use. Her work never lasted. One evening, a young rower named Felix thanked her. "They feel good in the water," he said. That was enough. Letting go, here, was releasing the wish for lasting results. Some work is meaningful precisely because it is repeated. In a forest clearing where fireflies appeared at dusk, a man named Carol studied their patterns. He tried to predict their movements, fascinated by the rhythm of light. What troubled him was randomness. Some nights, the fireflies were few. Other nights, many. No pattern held. One evening, his daughter, a girl named Amalia, watched with him. "They come when they come," she said simply. Carol smiled, letting the need to understand soften. Letting go can mean allowing mystery to remain. Not everything reveals itself through effort. In a hillside town where stone steps wore smooth over time, a woman named Petra repaired handrails. She tightened bolts, replaced worn wood. She believed safety came from vigilance. What weighed on her was fear of error. She replayed each repair in her mind, worrying she had missed something. One afternoon, a passerby named Johann gripped a railing and nodded in thanks. Petra rested more easily that night. Letting go can mean trusting the care already given. Doubt often lingers after necessity has passed. In a quiet chapel near open fields, a man named Elias tuned the small organ. He played alone most days, preparing for services that came only occasionally. What troubled him was emptiness. He wondered if his practice mattered when no one was there to hear it. One evening, a traveler named Noor paused outside, listening quietly. "Your music reached me," she said. That was enough. Letting go is sometimes releasing the need for audience. Meaning does not depend on how many witness it. In a coastal marsh where reeds bent in the wind, a woman named Sabra mapped footpaths. She marked routes carefully, wanting others to walk safely. What unsettled her was erosion. Paths shifted. Water reclaimed ground. Her maps aged quickly. One afternoon, an old walker named Ewan smiled at her frustration. "Paths appear where people walk," he said, "not where they're drawn." Sabra closed her map and walked instead. Letting go can mean stepping into experience rather than managing it. In a mountain town where snow fell softly at night, a man named Ulrich cleared steps each morning. He shoveled carefully, aware of safety. What weighed on him was the certainty that snow would fall again. One evening, his neighbor, a woman named Yvette, said, "Tomorrow will come whether you worry or not." Ulrich slept soundly. Letting go can mean releasing anticipation of repetition. Some tasks return no matter what. They do not need to be resented. In a village square where fountains ran continuously, a woman named Alina monitored water flow. She checked valves, worried about leaks. What unsettled her was the sound at night, the constant movement. One evening, an elder named Bruno listened with her. "It's the sound of enough," he said. Alina stopped checking for problems that night. Letting go can mean hearing abundance where we once heard threat. As the night deepens further, these stories feel less like stories and more like gentle movements. They do not demand memory. They do not ask to be held. Odette trusting the morning, Stefan releasing passengers, Liesel accepting uneven warmth, André trusting the moon, Mirella resting in abundance, Pascal trusting silence, Irina releasing permanence, Carl welcoming mystery, Petra trusting her work, Elias releasing audience, Sabra choosing experience, Ulrich easing repetition, Alina hearing enough. Each one loosened a grip that no longer needed to be tight. You may notice now that even these impressions are fading easily. That is not something to resist. The night does not require clarity. It does not require attention. It does not require understanding. It simply continues, steady and wide, holding whatever we allow to fall from our hands. And if sleep has already arrived, then the letting go is complete for now. The night will remain, quietly doing what it has always done, carrying us when we stop carrying everything else. As the night nears its quietest hours, there is a sense of settling that does not need explanation. The stories no longer arrive to teach or even to reassure. They arrive the way darkness does naturally, without asking permission. Listening may feel faint now, or like something happening at a distance. That is just fine. In a small riverside town, where the water reflected lamps at night, there lived a woman named Clara, who washed dishes in a public kitchen. Her work was steady and unseen. Plates arrived dirty and left clean. By morning, no trace of her effort remained. This did not bother her at first. Over time, however, she began to feel invisible. One evening, as she stacked the last plates, an older cook named Mariano lingered nearby. "You always leave the kitchen ready," he said. Clara shrugged. "By tomorrow, it will all be dirty again." Mariano smiled. "And by tomorrow, you will be here again." Clara went home lighter that night. Letting go, here, was releasing the need to be remembered. Some care exists only in the moment it is given. That does not make it small. In a hill village where sheep bells rang softly at dusk, a man named Rowan gathered strays each evening. He walked the hills slowly, guiding the sheep back to the fold. What weighed on him was repetition. Each day, the same sheep wandered. Each day, he retrieved them. One night, as he rested, a fellow shepherd named Livia sat beside him. "They wander because they're alive," she said. Rowan laughed quietly. Letting go can mean accepting repetition without resentment. Some things return not because we failed, but because life moves in circles. In a quiet town near old stone bridges, a woman named Elodie repaired cracks in the road. She filled gaps carefully, smoothing the surface. Over time, new cracks appeared elsewhere. She felt discouraged, as though her work undid itself. One evening, a passerby named Thomas remarked, "The road holds because you keep returning." That was enough. Letting go is sometimes releasing the wish for final solutions. Some work supports life precisely because it continues. In a monastery library where candles burned low at night, a woman named Annika dusted shelves. She touched each book gently, though many were rarely opened. What troubled her was usefulness. She wondered if her care mattered. One evening, a monk named Philippe paused beside her. "Clean shelves make quiet possible," he said. Annika smiled. Letting go can mean recognizing subtle forms of service. Not all contributions are loud or visible. In a wide valley, where fog gathered each morning, a man named Sven marked trails for travelers. He painted symbols on stones and trees. What unsettled him was forgetting. Sometimes, travelers ignored the markings. Sometimes, the paint faded. One afternoon, an elder named Marta said, "Those who need the signs will see them." Sven rested his brush earlier that day. Letting go is sometimes trusting that what we offer will reach who it needs. Not everything requires reinforcement. In a coastal town where nets were mended each afternoon, a woman named Polina counted knots. She believed that careful counting ensured strength. Over time, the habit became heavy. She counted even when it no longer mattered. One evening, an experienced fisher named Noor said gently, "The net holds because you know how to tie." Polina stopped counting. Letting go can mean trusting embodied knowledge. We often continue rituals long after their purpose has been fulfilled. In a quiet square where pigeons gathered at dawn, a man named Victor fed them each morning. He worried when some did not arrive. One day, a child named Ellen asked, "Do you think they forget you?" Victor smiled. "Maybe they're just full." Letting go can mean releasing imagined absence. What does not appear is not always missing. In a hillside village where bells rang only on festivals, a woman named Maren polished the bell each week. She worried it would tarnish. One evening, her brother, a man named Jules, said, "A bell doesn't lose its voice by resting." Maren left the bell alone that week. Letting go is sometimes allowing rest, even for what we cherish. Care does not require constant attention. In a forest settlement where lanterns were lit at dusk, a man named Oren checked each one. He moved methodically, ensuring no light went out. What troubled him was the night itself. He felt uneasy when darkness deepened. One evening, a traveler named Sachi said, "The night doesn't erase the path, it holds it." Oren slept more easily. Letting go can mean trusting darkness. Darkness is not opposition. It is context. In a mountain village where water ran through stone channels, a woman named Isolde cleared debris each morning. Leaves returned by afternoon. She felt irritation rise daily. One evening, an elder named Benoit said, "Water flows, whether you fight the leaves or not." Isolde laughed, the tension easing. Letting go can mean softening our relationship with inevitability. What returns does not always need resistance. In a quiet coastal chapel, a man named Arvid arranged chairs before services. Some days, few came. He wondered if his effort mattered. One evening, A lone visitor named Hana sat quietly. "Thank you for the space," she said. That was enough. Letting go can mean releasing the need for fullness. Even one presence can justify care. In a village near open fields, a woman named Kezia measured daylight. She tracked the lengthening and shortening days. What unsettled her was the turning point when light stopped increasing and began to fade. She felt sadness at the shift. An old farmer named Elias said, "Light doesn't disappear. It moves." Keziah closed her notebook. Letting go can mean allowing cycles to turn without clinging. Change does not mean loss. In a riverside hamlet where boats were moored loosely, a man named Pavel retied ropes each evening. He tightened them carefully. One night, a storm came. Some ropes loosened anyway. An older sailor named Mirek said, "Tight enough is enough." Pavel slept without rechecking. Letting go is sometimes knowing when to stop tightening. Security does not require rigidity. In a quiet town where clocks chimed softly, a woman named Helena wound them each morning. She worried about timing. One day, she forgot. The clocks kept time well enough. Letting go can mean discovering how little effort is actually required. In a small monastery garden where stones were raked daily, a man named Jun laid patterns in the gravel. Wind disrupted them by evening. He felt frustration. A visiting monk named Rashi smiled. "The garden is never wrong," he said. Jun set the rake down earlier the next day. Letting go can mean releasing our ideas of correctness. What is already complete. In a lakeside town where reflections blurred at night, a woman named Sabella painted water scenes. She tried to capture the exact shapes. They always changed. Eventually, she painted the feeling instead. Letting go, here, was releasing precision. Some things are known only through impression. As the night deepens into its final quiet, these stories no longer stand apart. They have become a single movement, a gentle loosening, a steady easing, hands unclenching, shoulders lowering, thoughts drifting without urgency. There is nothing left to gather from them, nothing left to solve, nothing left to carry. We have moved together through many lives, many small moments of release, not to arrive anywhere, but to see again and again how letting go happens naturally when holding becomes unnecessary. Now, there is no need to add anything new. We can look back softly, not at details, but at the feeling that has been growing all along, the feeling of being allowed to rest without finishing, without understanding, without effort. The night is wide. It has held every story without judgment. It continues to hold us, even as listening fades. Awareness can soften now. The body already knows how to rest. The breath continues on its own. Sleep may already be happening. If not, it will arrive when it arrives. Nothing more is required. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Sleepy Monk.